to look like cow sticks. afternoon, everyone. Before the priest comes over to do last rites from home, we might like to do some meditation. It's be a closed eyes meditation. I'm going to invite Dr. Raksha Babu, who's a teacher of meditation for the last 20 years, to come and just guide you this process of understanding the soul and his journey and being liberated at this point in his life, and then also see how that peace envelops in the atmosphere and beyond. So I invite Raksha to come and share with us. Hopefully her voice will be able to reach everyone, but even if you just stay still and just visualize you are peaceful, that will be just enough, and she will guide us through the process.
Om Shanti. And we were just thinking Dr. Bhimma loved meditation and spiritual and religious studies, and especially over the last 2 years, he was deeply ingrained in his religious studies. And so we know that the soul is eternal and carries his immense fortune for all the many, 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 many people that he had helped. He carries all that fortune with him, and to help you and to guide you through a little reflection, meditation, so you can also say thanks to this soul. I would like you to now to join me, just to sit comfortably and close your eyes preferably, because there will be movement, so that we can turn within and also say thank you to this amazing soul that has played a very rich part in your life. So I want you now to just relax and sit comfortably, and maybe those of you who are seated, just to gently close your eyes and turn within. In this moment, I just allow the memories of this precious soul in my life to come to mind. The cherished memories from childhood to this day. The face, the smile, the energy of the soul of Dr. Bhimma. And in this moment, I allow everything to fade into the distance, and allowing the body to be totally relaxed. I take a deep breath in, just breathing in peace, and I become centered in peace. And breathing out, I just become absolutely present in this moment. Once again, I breathe in peace, and I breathe out, relaxing this entire body. And in this moment, I switch on the awareness of I, this living soul, in the center of my forehead. The body fades into the distance, and this beautiful, powerful light, this living energy that I am, sparkles in the center of my forehead, just filling this body with so much peace and light. It's as if ocean waves of light flow from this tiny spark of light in the center of my forehead to fill this body. And in 1 second, I experience myself now in a world of light, a home of many lights. Paramdam, the home of Atmas, the home of souls. And in this home today, I want to share my love and gratitude with this special soul, held in the energy of a supreme light, held in the energy of that supreme soul. The soul is so safe and peaceful, eternal and powerful. And I visualize myself just emitting so much love and gratitude towards this light. My memories with this sweet soul just fill my mind as I share with love these memories. And staying ever present with wave after wave of light, I surround the soul with so much light, so much love. And if there's one quality I would like to take as a gift from this amazing, powerful being today, what one quality can I choose to give as my gift in return for this life of richness and power? So now, as the soul stand before this soul of Dr. Bhimma in the atmosphere of that supreme light, from my journey with the soul, I choose one quality, and I feel it, and I experience it. And holding onto this energy of this quality, the soul smiles, knowing that the legacy lives on. And so I know when I become a soul, when I experience myself as that Atma, I can share my thoughts and love with this Atma today. So quietly, let me continue to share my thoughts with this soul today. This eternal, immortal, powerful soul. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Dr. Aksha. Panditji has arrived. He will be performing the last rites. think, benefit from a welcome system.
Om Shanti, greetings of peace. So on behalf of the Brahmakumari family, we'd like to offer our condolences to Dada Vimal, Sister Sheena, Brother Vivek, Sister Prashana, and our dear mother, Sister Geeta. I know that at such a time, no matter what the circumstances are, it's really very difficult to say goodbye to someone who's played the role of being our parent, our partner, whatever the relationship. I know sitting here would be many members of the family. But what is really consoling is that when you look at the life of our dear brother, his life was of service. And it wasn't for COVID in this last 2 years, he would have been doing his work tirelessly. And so this soul obviously had a deep passion within himself to serve and to give back to others. In my long conversations with him, he never stopped being a student. He studied different things from philosophy to the Vedas, teaching himself music, and he did many, many beautiful things. So it shows us how beautiful his soul was and is. And really what we need to do today is to celebrate the life of this Atma that has left this physical body that could not serve him anymore. It's almost the light became too bright and this body could not hold that soul anymore. And for what I've been learning about death, that when it comes to this point when we leave our bodies, we need to have elevated our consciousness to such a level that we can get rid of the dependency of matter. And so for me, when I'm standing here, I understand that the last little while may have been a bit of challenging. But even in those challenging times, he never let go of his dignity. He never became in any way dependent. Shuna told me some wonderful stories of his determination. So once again, it proves that he was not a soul that gave into anything. So here we are to celebrate the life of a very special individual. And what do? At this time, we say thank you to the soul. We say thank you that you shared your life with us so that we could learn from you how in a physical way a soul could express itself in this world. When we think about God, we know God is very perfect. But in this physical world, it's nice to have human examples of some of God's qualities. And even the last period of where he needed to go through physical pain, even that is something we understand is a moment of settling. So as the soul departs on its journey, it's not carrying any baggage with it. It did the work it needed to do and it flew off. The last feeling we get from this body at the moment is great peace, isn't it? And Ashina will tell you there was almost a smile on the face when they brought the body back in the ambulance. So if you had to think of those last moments of the soul, what was it? Of being at peace, at being at rest. So that soul also will hold in our hearts this feeling that we mustn't feel the pain or feel sorrow. We need to really celebrate his life with that idea. But what is very beautiful for most of us who couldn't have been close to him at that time, we might want to say a few last words, a few last feelings that we may want to share with him. And the soul is such a powerful being that it feels vibrations. In human form, we need to speak to each other, to exchange our feelings. But the soul is so subtle, it's so powerful. When we create a thought, it creates a vibration, and that vibration can go wherever we want to direct it. So as Sister Raksha was doing the beautiful meditation and taking us all to that world of light, which is the home of the soul, in that world we are all related to each other as children of God. And in that relationship, we have a closeness and togetherness. And in that relationship, there's no barriers at all. So even now, with your thoughts, The soul has no barriers. You can actually, with your thoughts, create the right feeling in your heart, whatever you wanted to say to the soul, and say thank you. Because that thank you will become a blessing for the soul to fly to its next destination. I'm pretty sure the assignment for the soul is already set. God uses his special children to do his work, isn't it? So his assignment is already ready for him, isn't it? So what will we do? We will say thank you to the soul, give such good vibrations so that wherever the soul comes to the next family, will be able to do his work with all of our blessings. And you know, when it comes to this kind of situation, I know in our hearts there's always a little bit pull and push, isn't it? But who helps us at this time? God. So the feelings of discomfort are definitely there and understood. And we can't heal ourselves from that pain. But the Supreme Parent is available to us. And all we need to do is sit in the lap of that one who becomes our canopy of love and care, and allow ourselves to just rest, not to fight, not to ask, not to question, but allow the Supreme Parent to give us what it is that it takes to allow this feeling of separation to be healed. Especially for the children, the father is a very powerful role, isn't it? And I heard just recently, which I thought was very beautiful, all our relationships with each other, means even our spouses, our friends, our relatives, those relationships are a reflection of our relationship with ourselves. But our parent is a reflection of my relationship with God. So what I'm telling each one of you is that it might be a little bit difficult for you, but reach out to that Supreme Parent. Your father was there for you to help you understand how the Supreme Parent works. And the very much support and the care that this father gave, imagine what God can give you. So reach out to him, allow yourself to be that child of God, and take from him whatever it is that you need. And that support will help the soul. You know, they say, we come alone and we go alone. No one can go together, isn't it? But what do we take with us? The good actions. So this soul, how many people are going to bless him? How many people are going to give him good wishes? So he carries with him his apron of his sanskaras, all that gratitude, that love, that blessing. And so for me, I think that this soul is very well taken care of. But his concern would be all of us. And so for us to avoid any feeling of heaviness to go to the soul, let us take power from God and heal our own hearts so that we can continue creating good wishes for this soul on his journey. So as we are still sitting here and waiting for Pandit, in your mind and your heart, like Sister Raksha said, think about one quality that you remember of our dear brother, in whichever form he interacted. He was a great philosopher, he always had lovely things to share. So you may have all had something very beautiful that you took from him. Think of that one quality and take it as a gift. Take that quality and build it within your own personality. So as that physical body goes out of our vision, we embrace his quality and let it live in us. How beautiful that is. It's almost like we create a memorial of his qualities in our living life. So we don't let him disappear. We let him live in our actions, in our behavior, in our lifestyle. And so I feel death never needs to be a sad occasion, but really a celebration to make us realize and value what we had. And we can still have it if we use his qualities in our lives. So let us use our thoughts, which are a very powerful way of interacting. Don't feel you can't say what you need to say to him. That soul is alive, it's absolutely alert, and if you connect with him as a soul, your vibrations will reach him. So let's do that collectively. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Sister Risha.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Hari Om, everybody. What I want to say is something very beautiful about Dr. Bhimma. He is a precious, precious soul. Dr. Bhimma came to the Chinmaya mission in 2006 to study Vedanta. And I and another young gentleman, Kesavan, were the first two there, and then Dr. Bhimma joined us. He had such a great, great passion for Vedanta. And every day he would come in, even a few minutes late, but he was always there. He was always there. And Swami Abhedananda would say, how you doctor, how you keeping, and things like that. He was an amazing soul. When I came to the Chinmaya mission, prior to that I was teaching at Pinewood. And our little ones would run on the corridors and bang their heads on the fire hydrant. And the first thing everybody phones, Dr. Bhimma. And he was there in no time. Tending to the children free of charge, tending to everybody free of charge. But his greatest passion was, and that was Vedanta. And he was, if I would go to his surgery in Unit 7, he would say, just walk in. Just walk in. And the first thing he would do would take out his Kena Upanishad, Katha Upanishad, and he'd say, right, tell me the 9 philosophies. And he will be discussing that. I was just thinking about him. And I said, oh my God, when I got the message, and I phoned my daughter in Cape Town. She's a doctor. Dr. Bhimma knows her as well. And then she sent me, long after that, the message, the funeral message. And I said to her, Akira, how did you get this? And she said, no. Dr. Bhimma's son is Brahma Kumari. And he sent it to Sabina, that's her friend, Dr. Sabina. And then she sent it to me. And Dr. Bhimma everything was about Vedanta. On my trip with Mataji, the son, to India, Dr. Bhimma did Chardam. We went to all those precious places. He was so precious. I can't explain. He was a father. He was caring. He had a heart of gold. Everyone, his family is so fortunate to have him. The whole community is so fortunate to have somebody, such a great soul. He was like a living God. He practiced everything. He practiced religion to the core. He lived from the heart. All I can say, he will be dearly missed. We all love him so much. And he will live on in my heart. Because I will always remember when I walked in, even though he left in the ashram and we finished our morning class. But as soon as I got there, it was again, come in, welcome, welcome. The patients will wait. But here's Dr. Bhimma talking Vedanta. So excited, I can't tell you how excited he was. He was always so much into that. I'm glad he had such a fruitful life. I'm glad he led such a beautiful life. I'm so glad that he touched the hearts of everyone. He is really, really someone really precious. Once in a lifetime, God sends to us someone as precious as Dr. Bhimma. His legend will live on. The body will fade away, as Mataji said. His vibrations will live on. His words in my ears, with both my daughters, will live on. Because he was that somebody. He was too precious. Go well, Dr. Bhimma. The Lord is waiting to receive you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. and then she will take over, and then we will be proceeding to Thursday thereafter for the 2 o'clock program.
Namaste to you, respected elders, family, friends, and children. May I first offer my personal sympathy and condolences on having lost this soul. It is my regret that we don't get to meet such souls in our lives at times, and we meet like this. But it is that honor that we have to pray for the soul to go forward in its journey. So please join me in prayer. Om Bhurabhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Vishwani Deva Savitar Duritani Parasuva Yad Bhadran Tanna Suva. Om Ya Atmada Balada Yasya Vishwa Upasate Prashisham Yasya Deva Yasya Chhayamritam Yasya Mrityu Kasmai Devaya Havisha Vidhem. Om Prajapate Natva Detananyo Vishwa Jatani Parita Babhuva Yat Kamaste Jumastanno Astu Vayam Syama Patayorainam. Om Agnenaya Suputharaya Asman Vishwani Deva Vayunani Vidwan Yuyotyasma Juhurane Meno Bhuishtante Namahuktim Vidhem. We acknowledge God as the giver of life, who helps us with spiritual strength to overcome our challenges in life, who gives us spiritual happiness, who gives us the strength and means to live, and who is the Lord of all life, who guides us on the path of a noble, guided life through this journey that we come through. Tvamadidevah Purushah Purana Tvamasya Vishwasya Param Nidhanam Vetasi Vedyam Cha Param Cha Dhama Tvaya Tatam Vishwam Ananta Rupa. Almighty God, who has existed since the beginning, who has been with us since creation, who is the supreme treasure of this vast universe, you are the knower, the knowledge, and the final resting place for all beings. You are the infinite presence in whom all exist, and you pervade the universe. We seek courage, fortitude, and shelter in you. Vasansi jirnani yatha vihaya navani granati naroparani tatha sharirani vihaya jinananyani sanyati navani dehi. Just as a person leaves an old garment and puts on one that is new, so the soul leaves the body at death and takes on one that is new. The soul does not perish with the body. O God, may we have courage in this truth. Na jayate mriyate va kadachin nayam bhutva bhavita na bhuyah ajo nitya shashvato yam purano na hanyate hanyamane sharire. The soul is never born and it never dies. It is in eternity, beyond times gone by or yet to come. May we understand this truth, O God. Nainam chindanti shastrani, nainam dahati pavakaha, na chenam kledayanta yapo, na shoshayati marutaha. Weapons do not hurt the spirit, nor can fire burn it. Waters cannot wet the soul, nor can winds dry it. May we find comfort in these truths, O God. Jatasya hi dhruvo mrityur dhruvam janma mritasya cha tasmad pariharyate natvam shochitum arhasi. All things born in truth must die, and out of death in truth comes new life. Knowing this, we must cease from sorrow. May we have the strength to do so, O God. Om Vedametam Purusham Mahantam Aditya Varnam Tamasah Parastat Tameva Viditvati Mrityu Meti Nanyaha Panta Vidyate Yanayah. The Supreme Absolute God is full of splendor, like the sun untainted by darkness. There is no other path to salvation, eternal bliss, and the fear of death than by getting to know God. May we be blessed with the wisdom to know Him. Om ya atmada balada yasya vishwa upasate prashisham yasya deva yasya chayamritam yasya mrityuh tasmai devaya havisha vidhem. In this hour of distress we need you, O God, who alone can give us physical vigor and spiritual strength. All blissful divinity whose praises we sing, we humbly entreat you to listen our sorrow. Om Suryam Chakshur Gacchatu Vatumatma Dhyancha Gaccha Prithivencha Dharmana Apova Gaccha Yadi Tatrate Hitamoshadhishu Pratitishta Sharire. O Supreme Lord, may all the components of this physical body be merged into the 5 elements of the universe. May the vision be absorbed in the sun, the breath into the atmosphere, and the other senses into the appropriate elements. May the soul, according to the meritorious deeds performed here, dwell in a body worthy of honor. Om Vayuranilam Amritam Adhedam Bhasmantam Shariram Om Krato Smara Klibe Smara Kritam Smara. Almighty God, the soul is immortal. It is not made of the 5 elements. The mortal body will be reduced to ashes. Merciful Paramatma, may we remember you in all our actions, past and present, for our own salvation. Om Eka Eva Surat Dharmo Nidhanepyanu Yati Yaha Sharirena Samam Nasham Sarvamanyati Gacchati. All material links perish with the death of the body. It is only one's good deeds, our dharma, that remains with the soul after one's death. May this dharma never be allowed to perish. Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Mritam Gamaya. O Supreme Spirit, lead us from untruth to truth, from darkness to light, from death to eternal peace. May I ask you to all please rise. Those of you who need to pay your respects, please come through. All bearers, please come through. Where's the photographs? We're going to proceed to Terror State Crematorium Hall 2, is it? Yeah, formalities will take place there. All bearers, please come through. Let's keep our hands together, please, for the Shanti part. Let's keep our hands together, please, for the Shanti part. Om Dyo Shantir Antariksham Shanti Prithvi Shantir Apah Shantir Oshadaya Shanti Vanaspataya Shantir Vishvedeva Shantir Brahma Shanti Sarvam Shanti Shantir Eva Shanti Sama Shantir Edi. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. All bearers, please come, take your position. We're going to turn around this way and walk out there first, please. Come to the side. We need 3 people, 3 or 4 people on the side. Asharana Sharana Shanti Kadham Ek Sahara Tera Naam. Asharana Sharana Shanti Kadham Ek Sahara Tera Naam. 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 Asharana Sharana Shanti Ka Dham Ek Sahara Tera Naam. Asharana Sharana Shanti Ka Dham Ek Sahara Tera Naam. Ek Sahara Tera Naam. Ek Sahara Tera Naam. Asharana Sharana Shanti Ka Dham Ek एक सहारा तेरा नाम। Living here, hello. Undertaker said with 3 cars left to take the coming and bring them back. Oh, bring them back.
Whoever wants to come to the hall, there's cars, 2 cars available. Bring and bring us back. I'll sort it out. Okay. Here's mom in the green side.
we all live at the jiva level, which is the false I. The true I is the Atman Brahman level. This is unborn, undying, unmodifying, doesn't get old, doesn't get sick, and doesn't die. The jiva, which is actually thinks that the body is conscious, the mind is conscious, and the intellect is conscious. So he associates the body consciousness, which actually is born, ages, old age, disease and death. And so we do live at both levels actually, because we interact at the jiva level, because the Atma has no interaction. Atma is only Sat, Chit and Ananda. It's existence and conscious and bliss. It's a non-doer. Only in its presence, everything happens. It's a substratum of the whole universe. It's a substratum of all names and forms, and substratum of all thoughts, emotions, speech, and action, three things. So that came, the distinguish. Sometimes when you say, I'm sick, I'm getting old, I'll die. So the jnani thinks, I'm unborn, I'm immutable, I'm unchanging. It doesn't grow old, it doesn't get sick, it doesn't die. It is immortal, it's infinite. The second thought that came, what are we a product of? This life, when I'm doing Vedanta studies, the product, I tried to summarize some notes. So basically, I got to it. Basically three things, in a nutshell. One is prarabdha karma. The karma, the sanchit karma was fructifies, certain of them fructified at a set moment, and it gave this life to. That's the prarabdha karma. It chose my parents. And with that, a whole stream of the parents, religion, nationality, racial group, and the country, the born, a whole host of relatives, just because it chose your parent. So what happened there? They say the actions in your past, physical action, chooses the shape of your body. Now, shape of your body means you have to take a particular womb or egg. So you take an egg, you're born into a flying. And the mental and physical levels of your mind chooses the environment that you're born. So karma is, one, you may be born a human being in Somalia. And how much of this and destruction? Not that. Or you may be born a dog in New York. And you're the only, a millennial dog. And the environment, you actually have a butler looking after you. Food is cooked for you. You're looked after so well. Yet a human being in Somalia is basically living off. So the environment and the shape, that's the first thing for Arab. Second one is, humans are the only one who have free will. Purushartha, you've got a choice. When you come to a turn, will you take a left turn or right? So, despite the impositions made by your karma, it could be some bad karma, some good. You just got a choice. And remember that every bad thing that happens to you was as a result of your own bad karma. So you got a choice now. If I suffered, don't blame anyone. Don't blame God. Quickly blame God. You blame people. You just blame yourself. Whatever good or and bad happened to you is the result of your own actions. And if you know that, you've got a choice now to improve on the bad actions, on the bad effects. The good things we enjoy, but bad things we blame other people. When bad things come, blame is me. The third thing is, remember there is God. He's the creator, and he makes the laws of dharma, and he polices, and he judge and jury. So your actions are judged according to the laws of dharma. If you go against it, you will get bad karma. So try to know the agenda of God. Try to actually do good things. You know, the actions are done at thought level, emotion level, speech level, and action level, physical. So all those you can try to be remorseful. God, I have done some bad thing, that's why I'm suffering. Either sickness, cancer, ill, or bad things come into you, ask God for remorse. Because God is very, He's antaryami in me, and He's karunayami, He's compassion. He's waiting for us to ask for His help. And His antaryami is a guide. He wants to guide us on the right path, but we don't listen to Him. We live according to our own motivation. So if you know that Lord is antaryami, inner guide, He's bahiryami, outer witness too, and He's also karunayami, He is very compassionate. And if you show remorse to Him, even if you don't remember any wrong, you don't say, Lord, please forgive me the wrongs that I've done. And please don't let me repeat any wrong things in this life. Be a firm antaryami in me. And Lord, let me not deviate from the path of truth, from dharma. And also cause an inner transformation in me. Let me be more humble. Let me be more pious. Piety means, belief in some order. That I must be pious. Then I must be virtuous. We can be adharmic, which is not virtuous or dharmic. Always try to be virtuous. Make me virtuous, make me kind, make me considerate, let me be kind, considerate, and generous. Make me those things. So if you plead to God and you ask for mercy, even if you did some wrongs 5 lives ago, because we believe in reincarnation, so forgive me for that, because that punishment may come. We don't know that sanchit karma, the seeds can take 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. And it can come as sickness, cancer. Those things can come as sanchit karma. So if you believe in those 3 things, you can actually improve your life. Improve your life to such a point that, remember, you have the caused your problems. And you are suffering from it, and the present action will cause it. And what happens is God is watching. The hell are you doing? Why are you doing? Whenever you want to do wrong, it tells you, don't do it. But do we listen? No. Sorry. But carried away a bit. I wanted to make it short.
You can see if you was
A short. Those 2 things, false ego and true ego, and the 3 things that actually I believe. Ask one woman. Tell me, she said, God is wonderful. God's so kind. Did I tell you this? Actually happened. I say, I agree. I told him, only can tell me why he made one child blind, why one child crippled, one child born in a squatter camp, and one child born as princess, what's her name? Charlotte. The princess, his sister. Charlotte. See, Krishna don't blame him. She said, no, ask. When I asked Faisal that question, he said, no, don't you know about chromosomes? But why didn't you get that chromosome? Why did the particular child get the chromosome? Why? Now, if you go to the cause of the cause of the cause, see, every effect has a cause. And every cause is, what you look at, cause is the effect of another cause. So if you go down and down and down, okay, fine, not a problem, chromosome. But what caused that child to be born with that chromosome? In that parent who had that chromosome. See? So when you go, the law of karma. So Lord, he makes the laws of dharma, he polices it, and he's judge and jury. Based on your karma, actually you don't punish. You punish yourself. If you don't go to work right, will you be able to make a living? In this present life, you kill somebody, what happens to you? You go to jail. If you steal, you go to jail. If you know. So in this physical life, what they call material life, the same law of karma is carrying on. And also in the spiritual life, the old law of karma is carrying on there too. Every action has a reaction. Enough.
Thank you. Anybody?
Christopher's here. Don't say Christopher.
It's fine. They'll all help us.
Hey, he's heavy, man.
No, but you see, you're just recovering from.
Yeah, it's 3 weeks.
Okay.
Christopher was here.
Yeah, no, it's
Just
fine. Just some water.
yes.
We got big guys.
I remember. How are you doing that?
Okay, let's come.
Okay. Are they parked on that side?
Take it.
ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्. fly also. Until the city, the family is ready. Before the program is okay. Yeah. Some maybe. So please particular. Such mind and vision that they had. Yeah. Young people especially feel that being out not necessarily they have a good mindset on things. But this other duty is still true. At least kick them back a step or two. Remind them of the rules. Remind them of the rules.
dear family and friends and the online participants, namaste and salutations to all. Thank you all for coming today. We will commence this service with prayer. Our Pandit for the service is Pandit Dharmanan Rakbir, so he will commence the proceedings with prayer. Thank you.
Respected elders, dear family and children, we gather to pay our respects to our elder in family and in society. Please join us in prayer. Grant us wisdom, show us the path of righteousness, and enable us to perform true and noble deeds. Om Vishwani Deva Savitar Duritani Parasuva Yad Bhadran Tanna Asuva Om Hiranya Garbha Samavartatagre Bhutasya Jata Patirek Asit Sadadhar Prithivindhyam Uteman Kasmai Devaya Vishavidhema Om Ya Atmada Balada Yasya Vishwa Upasate Prashisham Yasya Deva Yasya Chayamritam Yasya Mrityu Kasmai Devaya Vishavidhema Om Yah Pranato Nimishato Mahitvaik Idraja Jagato Baphuva Yai ईशे यस्य द्विपदश्चतुष्पदः कस्मै देवाय हविषा विधेम। ॐ येन द्यौरुग्रा पृथिवी च दृढा येन स्वस्तभितं येन नाकः यो अन्तरिक्षे रजसो विमानः कस्मै देवाय हविषा विधेम। ॐ प्रजापतेन त्वाद्यतानन्यो विश्वजातानि परिता बभूव यत्कामास्ते जुहुमस्तन्नो अस्तु वयं स्याम पतयो रयिणाम्। ॐ स नो बन्धुर्जनिता सविधाता धामानि वेदभुवनानि विश्वा यत्र देवामृतमांशनास्तृतीय धामन्नधैर्ययन्ता। ॐ अग्नेनय सुपुताराय अस्मान् विश्वानि देववयुनानि विद्वान् युयोध्यस्मजुहुराणमेनो भूयिष्ठान्ते नमः भुक्तिं विधेम। Please join me in a little hymn seeking the help of Paramatma to receive the soul, to grant the soul peace, emancipation and salvation. प्रभु तेरे द्वारे आया है आत्मा, प्रभु तेरे द्वारे आया है आत्मा, शांति दीजिए हे परमात्मा, शांति दीजिए हे परमात्मा। प्रभु तेरे द्वारे आया है आत्मा, प्रभु तेरे द्वारे आया है आत्मा, शांति दीजिए हे परमात्मा, शांति दीजिए हे परमात्मा। जन्म मरण के फेरे टालना, जन्म मरण के फेरे टालना, मुक्ति दीजिए हे परमात्मा, मुक्ति दीजिए हे परमात्मा। प्रभु तेरे द्वारे आया है आत्मा, प्रभु तेरे द्वारे आया है आत्मा, शांति दीजिए हे परमात्मा, शांति दीजिए हे परमात्मा। हम सब मिलकर करते हैं प्रार्थना, हम सब मिलकर करते हैं प्रार्थना, सद्गति दीजिए हे परमात्मा, सद्गति दीजिए हे परमात्मा। प्रभु तेरे द्वारे आया है आत्मा, प्रभु तेरे द्वारे आया है आत्मा, शांति दीजिए हे परमात्मा, शांति दीजिए हे परमात्मा, शांति दीजिए हे परमात्मा।
Thank you, Panditji. Just for introduction of the speaker, I am Om Sumera, nephew of our dearly departed son of his eldest cousin, Manoj Sumera. Thank you all for joining us today to pay your respects and say your final farewell to our dear, loving Dr. Dadul Bhimma, and to give support to the family. The support that you give to the family is so important. It helps to lighten the burden and helps them to bear the loss. Unfortunately, you cannot be around with them all the time, but whenever you have a chance, if you can give support, please do. And in saying that, Doctor had prepared his family for this event. He's been so into spirituality, he knew what was going on. He had no fear of this event. So the family is quite comfortable that he is, not that he is gone, a loss is a loss. The finality of the loss of a parent, a husband, is irreplaceable. Dr. G's soul left his body on Friday afternoon. All that's left here is now the mortal remains. And in a few hours that will be reduced to ashes and dispersed in the garden. What he leaves behind with us is the memories. Pardon me, sometimes it can get emotional. There are so many memories that come to mind when you think about him. Especially when we were little kids growing up, he was one of the big boys. So we always looked up to him for guidance. Doctor had a profound effect on all those that came into contact with him. His fine qualities leaves an indelible mark in the memories of all. And I don't want to go through the biography and history of the soul lying there. I'll leave that to the speakers. We have many speakers to share their experiences and memories of the doctor. Abhinal has put together an elaborate program, so without much ado, I would like to invite our first speaker to pay tribute. Ashok Kumar Ramdia. Ashok Kumar is a first cousin of Doctor, and he and I, we all grew up together in the presence of Dr. G. So Ashok will share with us his experience. Come this way. Ashok Ramdia.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Thank you, Abhinal and your family, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words on this very sad occasion. Before I begin my tribute to my brother, I want to give you a brief history of the background of the family that he comes from, the roots and the growth of the family. We come from the Bhimma family. My grandfather, my grandpa, Bhimma and Maaji, who were the first generation who came as indentured laborers to South Africa. They settled in a small valley down in Amkumas, where they had their family. They bore their children, who grew up there and thus started the Bhimma family. So that was the root stock, the first generation. my grandpa and my Aji. Then came the second generation, which was made up of 5 sons, 2 daughters. The sons being the eldest, Sumera Bhimma, then Dwarka Bhimma, then Ramprasad Bhimma, Ramdhyal Bhimma, and Mohan Bhimma. From there stemmed the third generation. The third generation comprised of many grandsons and many granddaughters. Dr. Bhimma was the biggest or the eldest of the third generation until last week. We have lost 3 survivors in the third generation, and that is myself, my cousin Rabilal, who is sick and indisposed, he cannot come today, and Rajit. So in the third generation, we only have 3 that's left. The first is gone, wiped out. Second, nobody. Third, just 3 of us. He was the eldest. The remaining female members of the third generation, I have to mention, they are here. They are quite old. Is Kevala Bhaini sitting in the audience here? I don't know if Leela Bhaini is here. I'm not sure if Dolly Bhaini is here. Lalita and Radhi Bhaini are here. Pramila, Anita and Malvi. Those are the remaining female members of that generation. My humble respects to all my Bhainis here. Dr. Bhimma was lovingly referred to as Gopi. Now Gopi Bhai was known to us as Gopi Bhai in the third generation, all the cousins. And he was known as Gopi Kaka and Gopi Mama to his nephews and nieces. Now that was a brief history of up to the third generation. I stand here today not to mourn his death, but to celebrate his death. I stand here today not to sing his praises, but rather to hail him as a victor and a conqueror. Victory is won in battles. Yes, his life was one of a big battle. He struggled very hard in his life to be what he was and to reach his status. Although his father funded him, he was not happy. He worked hard in his secondary years, tertiary years. I remember him telling me, please come and help me. I want to go to the mango orchard and I'll cut some mangoes. You help me to pick up the mangoes. I was 10 years old and he was 10 years my senior. I used to do that to help him. He will gather these mangoes, he will go and sell them, and he will supplement his own income, which his father gave him. He was indeed very, very resourceful. He studied under difficult conditions. Those days, no TV, no lights, no aircon. I remember the back room where he studied, because I used to always frequent his house. At this juncture, I want to tell you that he was more than a first cousin to me, because his father and my father were brothers. His mother and my mother were sisters. So we were very closely related. It is said that he, being a doctor, one who saved so many lives, one who gave relief to so many in pain, one who helped people to recover from illnesses, that he himself couldn't do anything for himself right at the very end. His old age, aggravated by his ailments, took him down and made him succumb to death. When I said he was a victor and a conqueror, I mean it. He conquered death. How? Because death could do him no more harm. He could suffer no more pain. Instead, death in this state now becomes his slave. Death now has to serve him. Death now has to serve him with peace, rest, and eternal life. Death has to give him this gift. This is where his victory lies. This is where he becomes the conqueror. John Donne, a poet in the 17th century, wrote in his poem, I quote, "Death, be not proud. Although some have called thee mighty and strong. Death, for thou art not so. For those thou thinkest thou dost overthrow. Die not, death, poor death, yet canst thou kill them." In essence, in his poem, what he's trying to say is exactly where the conquered becomes the conqueror. In death taking away your life, death loses its own life because it can do you no more harm. That is the end of death. So in essence, that's what he is trying to say. It's a paradoxical way of explaining life, where the hunter becomes the hunted, the predator becomes the prey, and the conquered becomes the conqueror. But basically that's what life is about. So it's one proud thing when one dies, to think paradoxically, to think, well, you took his life away, but now don't boast about anything else. There's nothing more you can do. There's no harm you can do to him. Absolutely nothing. He is no more at the mercy of death. Now, on the lighter side of our lives, reflecting back, retrospecting, looking at our lives, I would like to say that he was a very, very keen athlete, sportsman, and a scholar, right from his primary school days. He liked boxing. I remember he used to spar with his brother, Indrabhai. Very often when I would go to the veranda, they had 2 pairs of old gloves and they would be sparring in the veranda. They would carry on sparring, and what was most comical, when one gave up, he began running away with his gloves on, and he would run around the house while his brother chased him with the other pair of gloves, and it was so comical. But it was a part of their lifestyle, and they loved life. He often engaged in coaching us, the third generation and the fourth generation. The MC is the same age as me, but he's the fourth generation. I am from the third generation. He would take us to the river banks in winter. When the river dried out, there would be huge plains of soft, lovely river sand, where we could play, we could run, we could fall and not get hurt. Where there was lovely crystal clear water running in the river. When we became thirsty, we could drink. There he would coach us. He would teach us soccer. He would muster up 5-a-side teams, 7-a-side teams from the neighboring communities. Gravesend, on the other side Drift, and we were in Woodland Lodge. He would muster teams and we would play 5-a-side, 7-a-side. I was a bit young, I was a bit puny, I was a bit weak, but he forced me to play. I enjoyed the soccer, but whenever I played against him, I was very afraid. He would hurt me with his toenails. He had long toenails. And I would have burning legs and I'll complain. I'll say, I don't want to play. He said, come here. He'll catch my ears and say, you play here. Gopi Bhai, thank you for all what you taught us. Work, play, laughter, we enjoyed it. And we learned a lot from him. Besides coaching us in soccer, I know he would cut 2 narkats. Those of you know what narkat means in Hindi. Means reeds, you know. That was our goalpost. Narkat was our goalpost. Narkat was our jumping bar. Raise the narkat to say jump higher. Teach you to jump higher. And we enjoyed everything that we did with him. One incident I would like to mention, or something that is light-hearted. Sometimes he would be studying in his room and he'll come downstairs. There was a flight of cement stairs, you know, where we used to meet the third and the fourth generation to talk little stories. He would come down there, spend some time with us, and then he'll go and bring some money from his savings, and he'll say, Ashok, I want you to go and buy some kanakkas. Now what would that be? Nobody would. It was a coin name. He made his own name. Not far away there was a tea room in the neighborhood. And in that tea room, they used to sell fried fish. So he'll send me in the evening and say, you go get 2 of those kanakkas. I'm trying to figure out why he called them kanakkas. Somehow it seems that it described the size of it and the deliciousness of it. I don't know. But that's what he called it. And I'm going to buy this fried fish and he'll share it with us. Whoever was there, we'll all have a piece of it and enjoy it. So that's something that I'll always remember. The Kanakka story. Music. Music was the lifeblood of the Bhimma family. He loved music. He spent many hours playing music. And I want to laud the Bhimma family and the third generation. There were lots of musicians and singers. And most of them are gone. The last 2 alive musicians are myself and Blondie. With that, I would like to say goodbye to my dear brother. And I would like to say, I salute you. But before I end, just a short message. from Blondie Ravila, who says, please pass my message. I am indisposed and I'd like to pass a goodbye message. He says to Gopi Bhai, thank you for the care of us. Thank you for teaching us to laugh and play. Thank you for being a brother to us. Goodbye, my brother. And rest in peace.
Thank you so much, Ashok. You know, we can get so carried away. Between Ashok and I think you'll only have two speakers that we have this afternoon. There is so much that we can talk about in our childhood days that we grew up with. And what he said is written down in my notes also. If it wasn't mentioned, I would have spoken about those things. He was an incredible person to guide and motivate us. He was an inspiration to all of us. I don't want to expand on anything that Ashok said. There is so much that he's spoken about. We'll leave it to other speakers. Part of this curtain here is to shield the construction that's going on in the back here. So it's been put up there so we cannot see the construction that's happening. In the biography, what should we start? He's the son of the late Mr. and Mrs. Ramprasad Bhimma, the husband of Geeta, father of Avinal, Ashina, Vivek, father-in-law of Prishana, brother of Keola, Lalita, Radhi, and brother of the late Indar, or I.R. Bhimma as he was already known, as he was popularly known, and Raji. And as Ashok said, born on the banks of the Masruka Valley. And without much ado, I'd like to call upon our next speaker, Yashpal Sumera. Yashpal Sumera is my cousin, so we come from the same family and a nephew of Dr.
Namaste everyone, and deepest heartfelt condolences to the family on the loss of Gopi Kaka, as he was known to us, and this condolences comes on behalf of our family and those who couldn't make it to the funeral today from Kampas. My earliest memories of Gopi Kaka start off with both Shakti and I started near attending our local functions in Drift, and we were fortunate to be exposed to the orchestra that was created by the generation above us. So Kishan Kaka, my dad, Ravila Kaka, Indar Kaka, Nainka on the Sarangi, and Gopi Kaka on tablas. I first remember seeing Gopi Kaka playing pachra. I'd never seen that kind of music before, and the way he handled that tabla with the sound and the beat and the love and the enjoyment. He loved music, and at every function, whenever there was a music session, Kaka made sure that he was down on the floor, had tablas in his lap, and he just got right into it. Gave us a lot of memories in those days, and also rooted within us the love for music. And they were skilled. They were not born taught musicians. They learned by ear, and that's how skilled Kaka was as well. Just by listening to a song, he was able to pick a beat, the rhythm, and even the tune. He, like all of them around him, he and Dad especially, loved to sing. Kishan Kaka as well. They just knew the words of all the songs, close to 50 to 100 songs. Ashokaka before me gave such a beautiful tribute, spanning so many years that he condensed into, remarkably into such a short time. So I'm not going to repeat anything he said. Suffice to say, Kaka himself was a great musician and would be able to speak more accolades of those days, but Kopi Kaka was on a towering force at that time. And I remember him for that. I also remember when I was young, when I went to his place, he had Dobermans, very fierce dogs. And that was the first time I saw Dobermans. Shakti and I were very scared. And he taught us how to pet them, and taught us how not to be fearful of the dogs and how to get on the better side. And he had that kind of kind heart and hand. He was very easy to listen to. He educated easily and passed on ideas easily. He was a very simple, wonderful man. And one wouldn't even say that he was a doctor. When we knew him, we just knew him as Kaka. And he belonged to a generation, my dad's generation, of old school medicine, where the patient was always right, and he would be what one would call now the norm of a family physician, where he would incorporate home care after our calls, taking into account people's families and histories. He was a pioneer of holistic care in his community, and a care which is sorely missed from the commercialized healthcare we receive today. An icon of an era, and with him, an era of medicine that is sorely missed, that he takes with him. And for those he is blessed with his care and his love and his ability to treat those and make them better, they have been exposed to a kind of medicine that we sorely miss, and we sorely missed during COVID, where we noticed that healthcare itself was fragmented, and we sorely hoped and yearned for the kind of care that we received in the old days. Kopi Kaka was a very simple man. Personally, when I got into medicine, he was very encouraging, always monitoring my progress, as he did with all of us, Ajay, Sharda, myself, and up-and-coming doctors in the family. He was always encouraging, always assessing how things were, gave us good insight as to the world around us, and encouraged us to always overcome the obstacles that we would face. Not just naming the obstacles we'd face, but also giving us the solutions to those way before we even realized what was out there. He was a realist and an idealist all in one. And he made life believable and achievable in his talks and his advice, and we used to have lengthy conversations. One thing Kopi Kaka, he was a conversationalist. There was never a dull moment if he was there. He was never short of conversation. He could talk on any subject. And I thank him wherever he is for all the inspiration he gave us in our journeys and when we became doctors, that his support made a difference to me and to all of us around us. His support in loss, especially when we lost my dad, was incredible, because as I know what Abhinav, Shida and Vivek are going through right now, when an icon and a person as big as your father in your family leaves, there is a huge gap. And he really came forth and helped fill that gap by encouraging us and giving us words of comfort and peace. And even when Dad was in hospital, he was there in hospital to see us, and made such a big difference. So you have a fatherly figure stand there when your father's not there, and always checked up on us, came and visited Mom, made a point of coming and seeing us. And even when Mom passed away as well, he was there in spirit and support, always having a kind word. Towards the end, he's achieved what he meant to achieve in this world. He's lived a long life, a healthy life, a good life. He's touched many people, and he's done enough. And towards the end, there was some suffering. But as he would explain to me, suffering in this world is getting rid of all the karma, that you accumulated in your lifetimes. And if it means that you don't have to come back to this world, that little pain is worth it. And I know for certain, Kaka, that you've gone on to a much better place because you've done what you had to do in this world. And I know you've gone in peace, and you weren't scared of death. And the last couple of conversations we had were always spiritual ones. And I'm happy to know that you've reached that level of spirituality that you strive for. God bless you. And we love you and we miss you, and we will always remember you. We have lost so many in such a short time. Still recovering from the loss of Sharda. Another huge loss in our family, and now you. And I hope that all of us here take the time to make the best of our lives and help those around us, and appreciate the family that we have left and the friends and people who support us in our lives. Take cognizance of the fact that life is short. Okay, Kaka. Namaste, and thank you very much for being a part of our lives. Chanila.
Thank you, Yashpal. Thank you very much. Sorry we have to stop Chud and cut short our speakers. There is so much to speak about our dear Gopi Kaka. He was fondly known as Gopi Chan. His mother always called him Gopi Chan. The music that he spoke about, if you go sit on a day quietly in the valley, you'll probably still hear the music. It reverberates in those hills. Yashpal didn't hear those days when in the late 60s and early 70s, when the music, that hills used to reverberate music. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Lalita, Nikita Aparta, to represent the Inder Ramprasad family.
My name is Nikita, and Dr. Bhimma was my Dr. Nana. A man who loved his family dearly. I did not get the opportunity to be my Nana, Indar Bhimma, who was Dr. Bhimma's older brother. But Dr. Nana made sure that my brother Shir and I did not miss out on knowing him. He would always share with us stories of his beloved brother. And when he talked, we could always hear the love he had for him, and it somehow felt as if he was there with us. Dr. Nana taught us many lessons in life, the priorities being your duty to your family, your education and your career, and your closeness to God. He was always so proud of us, even for the smallest achievements, and that meant so much to all my cousins and me growing up. One of my fondest memories of Nana was whenever I'd walk into his office, I would see him with his lab coat on, and he would greet me with the biggest smile and warmest welcome and say, "Hello, Nix." That was his nickname for me. He was always so eager to know about what was going on in our lives. And that sense of love is irreplaceable. And I am so thankful I had that opportunity to spend those moments with him. Although Nana was a highly educated man, and you would expect him to be stern and strict, I always remember him being a very happy and jovial man. He was always ready to have fun and dance with our family at parties. He brought us so much love and joy. Another memory that I will always treasure is the way my Nana loved his parents. I was a little girl back then. When I used to watch Nana and my great Nana take out their instruments on a Friday afternoon, and they'd play for hours. Nana loved playing his harmonium with his dad on the tabla. They would create beautiful music together, and I really feel so lucky that I was there to witness them both. Dr. Nana was a hard-working man who set a great example for my brother, my cousins, and myself. He served his patients with respect and dignity, and they would not just leave his office with a treatment, but also a life lesson. I love you, my Nana, and thank you for everything you have done for all of us. I wish you a safe journey. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you very much for your tribute, Nikita. Mind you, we have bhajans prepared for in-between speakers, but that's not going to be possible. I'd like to invite our next speaker, Avinash Ramcharan, who will speak on behalf of Gita Kaki's family.
Namaste everyone. My name is Avinash. I would like to read a message for someone that was not able to be here today. Quote, "Good day family and friends who are gathered here today. Today we bid farewell to an amazing husband, father, brother, brother-in-law, uncle and friend. Today we celebrate the life of Dr. D.R. Bhimma, fondly known to us as Dadal Mosa. Dadal was born on the 26th of December 1940 and passed on the 30th of September 2022. A man of impeccable integrity, honesty, trust and love. Soft-spoken and passionate, a scientist and fellow of medicine, yet very spiritual and religious. His determination and strength was evident by his willingness to fight despite adversity. Dadu Mosa and Gita Mosa have been there for me and so many others in both our good and bad times. But I would like to thank you both for being there for me, even in most dark days, and celebrating with me in my good ones. Dadu Mosa, thank you so much for encouraging me all through medical school. Thank you for helping me become the doctor that I am today. You will never know what your encouragement meant to me. When I think of you, I'm overcome with how you have been there in both little and big ways. Today, I feel the void that you have left, but I am hoping all our good memories give us the strength to move forward, one day at a time, to help each other cope and to adjust. Go forth from here today and share your memories of Dadu Mosa with each other. Smile, laugh as he smiles down on us today and every day hereafter. I am sorry I couldn't be here today to send you off in the way you deserve, but I hope I'm making you proud of being the doctor you encouraged me to be. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, Avinash, for that message. Doctor's friendship goes back many years, friends from his university days. There were a number of messages that came through, a number of tributes, messages of condolence that came through. So we have one speaker who will speak on behalf of all of them, and that's Dr. Lalita Ramya. Doctor. Glad to have you, Doctor. Come this way.
My prem namaste to all of you, and from the colleagues that I'm speaking on behalf of, our special prem namaste to Gita, Abhidal, Ashina, and Vivek. I am here standing alone, but I represent so many people who were very close with Dadu in the 60s when we were students. We lived at Alan Taylor Residence in Wentworth, which was old converted army barracks. But the friendships forged then have lasted a lifetime. And we were so, although it was difficult days, we were good friends, and I'll bring messages from my colleagues. The first would be from Dr. Bobby Reddy, and he says, I am saddened by Bhimma's untimely departure. I was very fortunate to have met him a few weeks ago and would remember the conversations we had about the good old days at medical school and Alan Taylor Residence when we were students. His congenial character, friendly disposition, ability to listen, and his invaluable contribution to any conversation generally was the hallmark of his persona. He will be conspicuous by his absence and sadly missed by us all. Rest in peace, dear friend. From Professor Jack Woodley, whose message followed Bobby's, may I utter similar words of condolences on the passing away of Bhimma. May the family be comforted by his great friendships. Rest in peace, dear friend. The next message is from Professor Lizo Maswai in Antata. And Lizo says, condolences to the family and friends and colleagues on the passing of a soulmate and a classmate. Bhimma, may the family be comforted and consoled by his kind deeds and courage. May his beautiful soul rest in peace. This is from Lizo Maswai and family. The next message is from a colleague in Lodi, Dr. Narsi Ranchod, who was very, very close to Dadul. My condolences to the family of Dadul. I remember him to be cheerful, with a love for Hindi music. His favorite songs was from Bejwara. He was a good boxer. He beat a muscular fellow in a challenge. His knowledge of Vedanta was extensive. He was a completely humble person, a pleasure to have known. May he find eternal peace. From Dr. Neela Balabji in Sydney, Australia, we are deeply saddened to hear of the sad news. Our heartfelt sympathy to the family. May his beautiful soul rest in eternal peace. From Neela and family. From Dr. Dharam Nirmal in Tampa, Florida. Dear Dadul, this is Dharam Nirmal. It has been a long time since I've last seen you, over 30 years ago, I think. But I have not forgotten. I have not forgotten the good times we spent together with our common friends, especially the musical get-togethers at your home in Amkumas, with the wonderful hospitality of your family. I know that you had a really tough time this week with health issues, but I am hoping that you are now in a better and more beautiful place. May your beautiful soul rest in eternal peace. My sincerest condolences to the Bhimma family. Thank you. From Dr. Ramakrishna Naidu in Brisbane, Australia. My deepest condolences to the family of our colleague. Although it is over 50 years since I've last seen him, I can recall that he was always had a happy disposition, with a smile whenever you saw him. May his soul rest in peace. Family and friends, speaking for myself and for my colleagues, I would like to say, with the passing of Bhimma, we are a generation, as someone already said, of the older kind of doctors that we don't see anymore. And we mourn his passing, we mourn the loss of a great, great soul. Prem Namaste.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It just shows the kind of friendship and bonds he formed with whoever he met, people that were with him in the 60s. Yeah. I'm just thinking about the time when he graduated, when Doctor graduated. It was 1968. The graduation was in Eulogies City Hall. And we couldn't get in. My dad and mom went in. We, as children, were standing outside the hall, looking through the door when he walked on stage to be graduated to be a doctor. And on that occasion, Dr. Alan Payton was on stage there also. He was he was honored with the honorary doctorate on that same day. I remember that quite clearly. Now we've got a message from Swami Abhedanand from the Chinmaya Mission in India. So this message was sent by him as a tribute.
Everybody, among the members of the family, Dr. Bhimma, I first met him in 2006 when he came to the morning class in our Chinmaya Mission ashram at church. He exhibited the qualities of a saint, ever ready to not only give but to smile and cheer the whole crowd. He was a very good listener of Vedanta and scriptures, and he had a very good grasp of these subjects of Upanishads and Gita. I don't remember that he missed my class for 10 years consecutively. Each day he used to come unless something was urgent or went out. Never missed his morning class on Vedanta. And asked questions, we had a lot of discussions on so many topics. He endeared himself to me and the whole ashram with his demeanor, with his quietness, and with his ever ready to serve attitude. Numberless times he must have treated me like fluids, energies, and many times I had called him at all hours also to see only heavy. Not only him, but everybody in the ashram used to go to his clinic, and he used to give everybody not only medicines, but treatment, but a lot of smiles also. We will miss him. We had developed a strong bond with him, and he loved us all. Never complained, never had attitude of grumbling or any kind of negativity about him. We were very close, and he always respected me, regarded me as a teacher. He was much elder than me, but he used to bow down all the time when he met me and loved me. And once I supported the whole class, and we may disperse. In the afternoon I called his clinic and I said, "Probably you have not minded." He said, "None I do. You have all the right to say it." So we were, and he laughed, and hearty laughter. So he never felt his ego was not at all covered between our conversation and the village. In his journey beyond, we wish him all the best. May God give him that abode which we used to talk about in detail. My condolences and prayers to the family. Please remain strong. It is our, you can say, difficult. One person of the family will lose you, especially the time of my children. My love is always with you. You are welcome in our shop. You can come and stay, or you can come and visit some when I come back from India. Thank you all. My love is always with you all. And wherever you are, Doctor, I love you a lot. Hari Om, Hari Om, Hari Om.
What a lovely message from the revered Swamiji. I'm just breaking the program. I'm offering a doctor's patient. He was a patient because nobody's talking about from the type of service he did. I'm giving him 30 seconds to just, as a patient of Dr. Pravesh Singh, wants to say a few words.
Good day. Thanks, Mr. Embassy. To start with, I would just like to start with a verse from the Bhagavad Gita quote. It says, "Do good unto others without expectation," unquote. That in itself is so much applicable to the good doctor. He did his best to serve humanity and give them the best treatment. He treated everyone as family, and he not only was a doctor of science, medicine, but he was a doctor of humanity as well. So rest in peace, doctor, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pravesh. Chris, have you got the sound bite ready? This is a sound bite from a doctor's voice at his birthday, celebrating 79th birthday. Sorry, it's a very profound message, but it doesn't seem to be coming through. I think we'll have to cut it short. We'll play one of his favorite bhajans in its place. They say death can't wait, but I hope the furnace can wait because we're running short of time. Vivek, invite you now to come to give a message. Please keep it short. We don't have much time.
My dear Father, I see you as light, the light of my life that burns bright across the sea of our creation. You are my guiding light in becoming me, my Guru, my Swami. I have spoken much to my dad, telling him all I needed to say this last week. All my words written into the air. Now I speak of memories. Gratitude in small words that I remember him by. Music. My father, the musician, in love with the sense of sound. He played the sitar, harmonium and tabla. And who could forget his beautiful voice? Doctor. My father, a man who continued to study, to learn. Emphasis on hard work and discipline. Perhaps the side we saw. But those were his words, hard work and discipline. My dad was a genius, and in every chat with him inspired me. Friend, my friend, our tea chats, where you drink tea, hot chocolate, or it was I drank coffee, but then switched to tea. He was a friend of many, always taking his time to listen to people about their well-being. Spirituality. He was well versed in Vedic literature. And family. He loved his family. All his family, dearly, everyone. He taught me how important family and community are. For that was one of the reasons why he became a doctor, to serve family and community. My father, may we meet again, my friend, in another life. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Vivek, for the message, for the tribute. And now to call upon Avinal, the short message tribute and vote of thanks.
Namaste, Ayo, Om Shanti, peace of peace. Dear family and friends, on behalf of the family, I would like to sincerely thank you for gracing us with your presence, to spend this time together and to celebrate Dad's life and give him the send-off that a deserving man who was loved and admired by so many. I thank God for blessing us with such a good father. Dad made sure that God and prayer was a great and important part of our lives and upbringing. I want to thank the Bhimma mission for supporting Dad in his spiritual studies. And a special heartfelt thank to Swami Abhinandan for his beautiful message. On behalf of the family, I want to thank each one of you by name, all your condolences and messages, also to Panditji, speakers who traveled from far and wide to be with us. Special thanks goes to Dr. Rabia and to Dr. Rakshambal, who also helped us during these last 5 months with Dad's cancer. All the medical personnel who also contributed. Thanks goes out to the BK family, their Sakash and powerful vibrations. Thank you all. Thank you especially to my siblings, my mom, my aunts, my friends for supporting us through this period. I think I also want to pay the biggest tribute to my sister Ashina, who single-handedly took care of Dad. And I mean this, I love my sister, and I really saw her take so much strain over the last 5 months. We didn't know until the last 2 months how God, there's no words to say how much Ashina really put so much of effort in after that. So I watched Dad wake up every morning, and the last 2 weeks, just being there with him. I just must say that, you know, the one word Dad used to say about Ashina was she's like a goddess. And I'm just trying to emphasize that I think she was the really close bond between her and Dad was so great. Yes, Vivek was there, he was the baby, and I was the eldest. But you know, Ashina really put a lot of effort to me after that. I've never in my life saw my dad cry. The word comes to mind is story. Story means, you know, bottling things and just show a brave front. But it was the first time I saw him cry, and I broke down. And you know, I had to take God's power to say, you know, I'm going to be talking today and share with you what really, you know, I feel about that. I really love that. I realized how much, you know, that love. I think that one night, 8 hours, I was awake, just reminiscing all the lovely, beautiful things that we used to do together. How we used to cajole, how he used to play with us, and the most favorite pastime was to go swimming with him to the beach or to any of the resorts that we went to. So, you know, without further ado, I know Panditji is coming up next. Time is short, so farewell, my dear dad. Thank you for all that you've done.
Thank you very much, Abhinav. In the gathering, I spotted our friend Suren Singh. He sent me a message remembering Doctor played soccer when we were kids. He inspired, motivated, and praised him when he played soccer. That was the doctor. Yes. This is the last time we have be together to remember him, unless we have a big memorial service, but that won't happen with a crowd like this. So this is the last chance we had to speak about him. Unfortunately, there were many people who wanted to give messages, but time did not permit. Thank you all for being with us. Now, to perform the last rites, the Antyeshti Sanskar, we'll call upon Pandit Dharmanand Ragbir. He will take you through to the last rites. And he'll give you the procedure. The remains don't go, the furnace is not at the back anymore. They're busy with the renovation, so it will be carried out to the furnace outside in the next hall. Panditji? Okay, sorry, one message from Dr. Morar from Canada.
Namaste everyone. Dr. Morar from Canada was Daddy's very good friend, and he wanted me to lead this on his behalf. I've been privileged to have known Daru since 1960 when we entered Durban Medical School. We stayed at the Wentworth campus in Durban, which was once an army barracks. Our friendship was spontaneous and immediate and never faltered throughout the many years. We had a good handful of friends with whom we bonded and formed a kind of family. Since we were all away from home, I was from Johannesburg and others were from Natal or from the Cape. After finishing the internship, I had moved to Rustenburg to join a family practice, but later some years moved away and emigrated to Canada in 1986. We reconnected more recently a few years ago. There was long discussions about our spiritual beliefs and scriptures. He was very animated and excited to discuss all of his intensive study with the Chinmaya Mandir. Since then, we have been keeping in contact by phone or text. I have very pleasant memories about our early university days when we studied together, spent long nights sharing notes. Dado was good at making thumb notes, which he also shared with us. This helped to memorize important information. We did a lot of things together, example, volunteering at the Wentworth Clinic, Phoenix Clinic, the Gandhi Phoenix Clinic. We went to cinema occasionally and sometimes attended our campus dances, but he did everything in moderation, and his aim was to succeed and finish in medical school. I was fortunate to visit his home in Abkumas one weekend where we played tabla and sang bhajans that night. He was a friend in a million, and I will miss him dearly. My heartfelt condolences from myself, my wife Geeta, to the entire Bhimma family. Our thoughts and prayers are with you, and may God grant his soul moksha. And my name is Ashina, I'm the daughter. I'll just take less than a minute. I wanted to share that I was very fortunate to have had a lot of time in the last few years after COVID. Dad had closed practice, and we shared many conversations, mostly about the soul, the Atma. Dad was very aware that we are Atmas and the body is not ours. At funerals, he would always say, there's no need to cry, there's no need to cry, because the body is the body, it's the vehicle, it's just the clothes, we're just changing our clothes. And last Thursday, he was in severe pain, and he said to me, I'm not frightened to die, this body is nothing, but the pain, why am I experiencing this pain? What karma have I done to deserve this? So it was intense this last week. He was in a lot of pain, and I'm sure that he's finished off a lot, and his journey going forward is going to be extremely beautiful. And I know he would want all of you to be happy for him. And this awareness of the Atma and the soul that we all are, and our connection with the Supreme, is the only thing that's there for us all the time. We are all in bodies, these bodies have to go one day, but we are always together as Atmas, as soul. We will never be apart. Om Shanti.
Thank you, Ashina, for that. Sorry, Dr. Chapaklal Morar, for the oversight of your message. Now I call upon Panditji.
Thank you for all those tributes. Before we go into prayer, I just want to share with you a line from which Dr. G referred, the song from Baiju Baura, sung by the late great Muhammad Rafi. It says, Asha nirasha ke do rangon se duniya ne tune sajaya. It is you, O God, who takes care of this life of ours through our joys and our sorrows. God is always with us. Okay. And so, in this time where we pay tribute to a father, there is another bhajan. I'm not going to go through all of it now. It says, Pitaji tuna tum patite udharan har. This term pita is a term of respect to our fathers. That term itself is one of respect. But there's a suffix to that, pitaji. And the same with mata and mataji. This is our dharma teaching us to respect our elders, first being our parents. And this is how we should be addressing them. We become so lost in modernization that we lose that basic knowledge and practice, and we go to mom and dad. Let's go, somebody spoke about our roots. Let's go back to our roots. Because when we water the roots of our family trees, then the tree will survive. Bhagavad Gita tells us, Kul dharma sanatana dharma nashte kulam. When the dharma of a family, kul, is preserved and protected, then that family will progress and prosper. And at any time, in any generation, when that is not protected, when the values and formal and teachings and traditions and customs and knowledge of the roots of this family are not protected, then kul dharma nashte, that family itself gets destroyed. So at any given time, we in the present generation have a sacred duty to two generations. Those who've come before us, who have given us that dharma, and to those who come after us, to whom we must live by and pass on that dharma. Let not a child ask you, have you taught me our culture and dharma? This is a great responsibility we have at any given time. Okay? Because the Rig Ved says, Yasvodhata Purvo Agne Yajiyan, perform your duties following the path of your forebears and predecessors who did so with wisdom, virtue, and philanthropy. We don't have to take on the profession that they did, but the virtue and wisdom and philanthropy we can take forward. These are messages about life and death. Okay? Atharva Ved uses this term Vanshogru Vira Jannapa Vrinshva Shatun. Vansh refers to that lineage, that dynasty from which we all come, not necessarily royalty. It's possible that we come from some royalty of the past. I ask you, is it possible that you come from the lineage of great people like Sri Ram and Sita? They had children. Krishna had children. Do we come from such lineage? Think about it. And to what extent are we living up to those roots of Kul Dharma? Okay? The family have mentioned that Havan will be done at the home in Amsterdam, commencing this evening at about 6:30 and going on to tomorrow at about 2:30 and Tuesday evening. Please keep in touch to confirm the times. The reason we have these Havans is immediate prayer contributes to immediate healing. Messages and lessons from our scriptures will be given on each of these days about life and death, the soul and this body. Okay? And our purpose in life. Having taken birth, having been given birth, you're going to hear one of these mantras in Yajurved which says, Atmada Balada. We have been given this birth, Atma. So how should we use this birth? What is our purpose in life compared to a butterfly or a cat? There must be some different purpose for us to take birth as a human being. Are we fulfilling that purpose? These are lessons to take and reflect on at a time of death. Even at the birth of a child, let's reflect on our purpose. What is our purpose as a human being? We'll talk about all of that. Yeah? Let's go into prayer. Tvamadidevah Purusha Purana Tvamasya Vishwasya Param Nidhanam Vedasi Vedyam Cha Param Cha Dhama Tvaya Tatam Vishwamananta Rupa. Almighty God, who has existed since the beginning, who has been with us since creation, who is the supreme treasure of this vast universe, you are the knower, the knowledge, and the final resting place for all beings. You are the infinite presence in whom all exist, and you pervade the universe. We seek courage, fortitude, and shelter in you. Vasansi jirnani yatha vihaya navani granati naroparani tatha sharirani vihaya jinananyani sanyati navani dehi. Just as a person leaves an old garment at death and puts on a new one, so the soul leaves the body at death and takes on a new one. The soul does not perish with the body. Oh Lord, may we have courage in this truth. This is the kind of message that I've been hearing that Dr. G has been speaking about. Do not fear, do not mourn, do not get caught up in this loss, because renewal takes place after death. There is hope. The next sloka in the Bhagavad Gita says, Na tvam shochitu marahasi. Don't keep thinking and crying about it. Because our loss is a gain for that soul in its new journey. That must be our prayer. May the soul progress even to greater heights than this life. That must be our prayer. Unselfish prayer, not whom we have lost, but what should be the journey ahead for that soul.
जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्युर्ध्रुवं जन्म मृत्यस्य च तस्माद् परिहार्यते न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि. All things born in truth must die, and out of death in truth comes new life. Knowing this, we must cease from sorrow. May we have the strength to do so, O God. Om Vedahametam Purusham Mahantam Aditya Varnam Tamasah Parastat Tameva Viditvati Mrityumeti Nanyaha Panta Vidyate Yanaya. The Supreme Absolute God is full of splendor, like the sun untainted by darkness. There is no other path to salvation, eternal bliss, and the fear of death than by getting to know God. May we be blessed with the wisdom to know Him. Om ya atmada balada yasya vishwa upasate prashisham yasya deva yasya chhayamritam yasya mrityuh kasmai devaya vishavidhem. In this hour of distress, we need you, O God, who alone can give us physical vigor and spiritual strength. All blissful divinity, whose praises we sing, we humbly entreat you at this time to lessen our sorrow. Om Suryam Chakshur Gacchatu Vatamatma Dhyancha Gaccha Prithivincha Dharmana Apova Gaccha Yadi Tatrate Itamoshadeshu Pratithishta Sharire. O Supreme Lord, may all the components of this physical body be merged into the 5 elements of the universe. May the vision be absorbed in the sun, the breath into the atmosphere, and the other senses into the appropriate elements. May the soul, according to the meritorious deeds performed here, dwell in a body worthy of merit. Om Vayuranilam Amritam Athedam Basmantam Shariram Om Krato Smara Kribe Smara Kritam Smara. Almighty God, the soul is immortal. It is not made of the 5 elements. The mortal body will be reduced to ashes. Merciful Paramatma, may we remember you in all our actions, past and present, for our own salvation. Om Eka Eva Sur Dharmo Nidhane Pyanuyate Yah Sharirena Samam Nasham Sarvam Manyati Gacchati. All material links perish with the death of the body. It is only one's good deeds, our dharma, that remains with the soul after one's death. May this dharma never be allowed to perish. Om Satoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityurma Mritam Gamaya. O Supreme Spirit, lead us from untruth to truth, from darkness to light, from death to eternal peace. May I ask you to all please rise, and immediate family members gather around the casket to pay your last respects. Just a reminder, as Omji reminded us, that the cremation will be taking place at Hall 1 because of renovations taking place here. So after this we're going to proceed to Hall 1. We'll give the family just a minute please because of time. Asharana Sharana Shanti Kadham Ek Sahara Tera Naam. Asharana Sharana Shanti Kadham Ek Sahara Tera Naam. 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 Asharana Sharana Shanti Kadham Ek Sahara Tera Naam. Let us all put our hands together please for the Shanti part. May there be peace in the heavenly region and the atmosphere. May peace reign on earth. Let there be peace and coolness in the waters. May the medicinal herbs be healing, the plants and trees be peace-giving. May there be harmony in the celestial objects and peace in divine eternal knowledge. May everything in the universe be peaceful. Let peace prevail everywhere. May peace abide in each of us. Om Dyo Shantir Antariksham Shanti Prithvi शांतिर आपाः शांतिर औषधय शांति वनस्पतय शांतिर विश्वे देवाः शांतिर ब्रह्म शांति सर्वं शांति शांतिरेव शांति सामा शांतिरेधि ओम शांति शांति शांति. Thank you very much to all of you who are going to leave home now. We wish you a safe return journey. Please keep in touch with the family for the whole, and keep in touch with the family going forward to give them hope that they are still in your thoughts. All parents, please gather around. Set this way, let's go this way. You're gonna have to come around this. And this way. Those of you taking part in the last rites, please come through, including the mother and the children, daughters as well. If all the ladies, please come. Turn around, we're gonna walk with first. Make way for them, please. Turn around, sit first. Where's mom and your siblings come and walk with you? Just hold on. Sheila and mom, please come walk with you. Always mother. Just walk here with me. शरण शरण शांति का धाम एक सहारा तेरा नाम. शरण शरण शांति का धाम एक सहारा तेरा नाम. 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 शरण शरण शांति का धाम एक सहारा तेरा नाम. शरण शरण शांति का धाम एक सहारा तेरा नाम. 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 Raise the cups of the blessings.
briefly, my interpretation of that is that we all live at the jiva level, which is the false I. The true I is the Atman Brahman level. This is unborn, undying, unmodifying, doesn't get old, doesn't get sick, and doesn't. The jiva, which is actually thinks that the body is conscious, the mind is conscious, and the intellect is conscious. So he associates the body consciousness, which actually is born, ages, old age, disease and death. And so we do live at both levels actually, because we interact at the jiva level, because the Atma has no interaction. Atma is only Sat, Chit and Ananda. It's existence and conscious and bliss. It's a non-doer. Only in its presence, everything happens. It's a substratum of the whole universe. It's a substratum of all names and forms, and substratum of all thoughts, emotions, speech, and action, three things. So that came, the distinguish. Sometimes when you say, I'm sick, I'm getting old, die. So the jnani thinks, I'm unborn, I'm immutable, I'm unchanging. It doesn't grow old, it doesn't get sick, it doesn't die. It is immortal, it's infinite. The second thought that came, what are we a product of? This life, when I'm doing Vedanta studies, the product, I start to summarize some notes. So basically, I got to it. There were basically three things, in a nutshell. One is prarabdha karma. The karma, the sanchit karma was fructifies, certain of them fructifies, set more. It gave this life to. That's the prarabdha karma. It chose my parents. And with that, a whole stream of things. The parents, religion, nationality, racial group, and the country they're born, a whole host of relatives. Just because it chose your parent. So what happened there? They say the actions in your past, physical action, chooses the shape of your body. And shape of your body means you have to take a particular womb or egg. See? You take an egg, you're born into a flying. And the mental and physical levels of your mind chooses the environment that you're born. So karma is, one, you may be born a human being in Somalia. And how much of death and destruction. Not that. Or you may be born a dog in New York. And you're the only, a millennial dog. And the environment, you actually have a butler looking after you. Food is cooked for you. You're looked after so well. Yet a human being in Somalia is basically living off. So the environment and the shape, that's the first thing for Arab. Second one is, humans are the only one who have free will. Purushartha, you've got a choice. When you come to a turn, you take a left turn or right. So, despite the impositions made by your karma, it could be some bad karma, some good. You just got a choice. And remember that every bad thing that happens to you was as a result of your own bad karma. So you got a choice now. If I suffered, don't blame anyone. Don't blame God. Quickly blame God. You blame people. You just blame yourself. Whatever good or and bad happen to you is the result of your own actions. And if you know that, you've got a choice now to improve on the bad actions, on the bad effects. Good things we enjoy, but bad things we blame other people. When bad things come, blame is me. The third thing is, remember there is God. He's the creator, and he makes the laws of dharma, and he polices, and he judge and jury. So your actions are judged according to the laws of dharma. If you go against it, you will get bad karma. So try to know the agenda of God. Try to actually do good things. You know, the actions are done at thought level, emotion level, speech level, and action level, physical. So always you can try to be remorseful. God, I have done some bad thing, that's why I'm suffering. Either sickness, cancer, ill, or bad things come into you, ask God for remorse. Because God is very, very, He's antaryami in me, and He's karunayami also. He's compassion. He's waiting for us to ask for His help. And He's antaryami, He's a guide. He wants to guide us on the right path, but we don't listen to Him. We live according to our own motivation. So if you know that Lord is antaryami, inner guide, He's bahiryami, outer witness to, and He's also karunayami, He is very, very compassionate. And if you show remorse to Him, even if you don't remember any wrong, you don't say, Lord, please forgive me the wrongs that I've done. And please don't let me repeat any wrong things in this life. Be a firm antaryami in me. And Lord, let me not deviate from the path of truth, from dharma. And also cause an inner transformation in me. Let me be more humble. Let me be more pious. Piety means, believe in some order. That I must be pious. Then I must be virtuous. We can be adharmic, which is not virtuous or dharmic. Always try to be virtuous. Make me virtuous, make me kind, make me considerate, let me be kind, considerate, and generous. Make me those things. So if you plead to God and you ask for mercy, even if you did some wrongs 5 lives ago, because we believe in reincarnation, so forgive me for that, because that punishment may come. We don't know that. Sanchit karma, the seeds can take 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. And it can come as sickness, cancer. Those things can come as Sanchit karma. So if you believe in those 3 things, you can actually improve your life. Improve your life to such a point that, remember, you have the cause your problems. And you are suffering from it, and the present action will cause that. And what happens is God is watching. The hell are you doing? Why are you doing? Whenever you want to do wrong, it tells you don't do it. But do we listen? No, we don't listen. Sorry, I got carried away a bit. I wanted to make it short.
You can see a few minutes.
A short. Those 2 things, false ego and true ego, and the 3 things that actually I believe. I asked one woman, 60 months, she said, God is wonderful. God so kind. Did I tell you this? Actual lab. I say, I agree. I told him, only can tell me why he made one child blind, why one child crippled, one child born in the squatter camp, and one child born as Princess, what's her name? George. The princess, the sister. Charlotte. See, Krishna don't believe in reincarnation. She said, no. When I asked Faisal that question, he said, no, don't you know about chromosomes? But why didn't you get that chromosome? Why did the particular child get the chromosome? Why? Now, if you go to the cause of the cause of the cause, see, every effect has a cause, and every cause is What you look at cause and effect of another cause. So if you go down and down and down, okay, fine, not a problem, chromosome. But what caused that child to be born with that chromosome? In that parent who had that chromosome. See? So when you go, the law of karma. So Lord, he makes the laws of dharma, he polices it, and he's judge and jury. Or based on your karma, actually you don't punish. You punish yourself. Like probably if you don't go to work right, will you be able to make a living? In this present life, you kill somebody, what happens to you? You go to jail. If you steal, you go to jail. If you know. So in this physical life, what they call material life, the same law of karma is carrying on. And also in the spiritual life, the old sarka of karma is carrying on there too. Every action has a reaction. Enough.
Thank you. Anybody?
that is that we all live at the jiva level, which is the false I. The true I is the Atman Brahman level. This is unborn, undying, unmodifying, doesn't get old, doesn't get sick, and doesn't the jiva, which is actually thinks that the body is conscious, the mind is conscious, and the intellect is conscious. So he associates the body consciousness, which actually is born, ages, old age, disease and death. And so we do live at both levels actually, because we interact at the jiva level, no? Because the Atma has no interaction. Atma is only Sat, Chit and Ananda. It's existence and conscious and bliss. It's a non-doer. Only in its presence, everything happens. It's a substratum of the whole universe. It's a substratum of all names and forms, and substratum of all thoughts, emotions, speech, and action, three things. So that came, the distinguish. Sometimes when you say, I'm sick, I'm getting old, I'm die. Who dies? So the Jnani thinks, I'm unborn, I'm immutable, I'm unchanged. It doesn't grow old, it doesn't get sick, it doesn't die. It is immortal, it's infinite. The second thought that came, what are we a product of? This life, when I'm doing Vedanta studies, the product, I tried to summarize some notes. So basically, I got to it. Basically three things, in a nutshell. One is our prarabdha karma. The karma, the sanchit karma was fructifies, certain of them fructified a set moment and it gave this life to me. That's the prarabdha karma. It chose my parents. And with that, a whole stream of things, the parents, religion, nationality, racial group, and the country, the born, a whole host of relatives. Just because it chose your parent. So what happened there? They say the actions in your past, physical action, chooses the shape of your body. And shape of your body means you have to take a particular womb or egg. See? You take an egg, you're born into a flying thing. And the mental and physical levels of your mind chooses the environment that you're born. So karma is, one, you may be born a human being in Somalia. And how much of this and destruction? Not that. Or you may be born a dog in New York. And you're the only, a millennial dog. And the environment, you actually have a butler looking after you. Food is cooked for you. You're looked after so well. Yet a human being in Somalia is basically living off. So the environment and the shape, that's the first thing for Arab. Second one is, humans are the only one who have free will. Purushartha, you've got a choice. When you come to a turn, you take a left turn or right. So, despite the impositions made by your karma, it could be some bad karma, some good. You just got a choice. And remember that every bad thing that happens to you was as a result of your own bad karma. So you got a choice now. If I suffered, don't blame anyone. Don't blame God. Quickly blame God. You blame people. You just blame yourself. Whatever good or bad happened to you, is the result of your own actions. And if you know that, you've got a choice now to improve on the bad actions, on the bad effects. Good things we enjoy, but bad things we blame other people. When bad things come, blame is me. The third thing is, remember there is God. He's the creator, and he makes the laws of dharma, and he polices, and he judge and jury. So your actions are judged according to the laws of dharma. If you go against it, you will get bad karma. So try to know the agenda of God. Try to actually do good things. You know, the actions are done at thought level, emotion level, speech level, and action level, physical. So always you can try to be remorseful. God, I've done some bad thing, that's why I'm suffering. Either sickness, cancer, ill, or bad things come into you, ask God for remorse. Because God is very, very, He's antaryami in me, and He's karunayami also. He's compassion. He's waiting for us to ask for His help. And His antaryami is a guide. He wants to guide us on the right path, but we don't listen to Him. We live according to our own motivation. So if you know that Lord is antaryami, inner guide, He's bahiryami, outer witness too, and He's also karunayami, He is very, very compassionate. And if you show remorse to Him, even if you don't remember any wrong, you don't say, Lord, please forgive me the wrongs that I've done. And please don't let me repeat any wrong things in this life. Be a firm antaryami in me. And Lord, let me not deviate from the path of truth, from dharma. And also cause an inner transformation in me. Let me be more humble. Let me be more pious. Piety means, belief in some order. That I must be pious. Then I must be virtuous. We can be adharmic, which is not virtuous, or dharmic. Always try to be virtuous. Make me virtuous, make me kind, make me considerate, let me be kind, considerate, and generous. Make me those things. So if you plead to God and you ask for mercy, even if you did some wrongs 5 lives ago, because we believe in reincarnation, so forgive me for that, because that punishment may come. We don't know that. Sanchit karma, the seeds can take 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. And it can come as sickness, cancer. Those things can come as Sanchit karma. So if you believe in those 3 things, you can actually improve your life. Improve your life to such a point that, remember, you have caused your problems. And you are suffering from it, and the present action will cause it. And what happens is God is watching. What the hell are you doing? Why are you doing? Whenever you want to do wrong, it tells you, don't do it. But do we listen? No, we don't listen. Sorry, I got carried away a bit. I wanted to make it short.
You can see if you was
A short. Those 2 things, false ego and true ego, and the 3 things that actually I believe. I asked one woman, still much the God is wonderful. God so kind. Did I tell you this? To lab. I say I agree. I told him only thing, tell me why he made one child blind, why one child crippled, one child born in the squatter camp, and one child born as Princess, what's her name? John. The princess, the sister. Charlotte. See, the Christian don't believe in reincarnation. She said, no answer. When I asked Faisal that question, she said, no, don't you know about chromosomes? But why didn't you get that chromosome? Why did the particular child get the chromosome? Why? Now, if you go to the cause of the cause of the cause, see, every effect has a cause, and every cause is What you look at cause is effect of another cause. So if you go down and down and down, okay, fine, not a problem, chromosome. But what caused that child to be born with that chromosome? In that parent who had that chromosome. See? So when you go, the law of karma. So Lord, he makes the laws of dharma, he polices it, and he's judge and jury. Based on your karma, actually you don't punish. You punish yourself. Like potentially if you don't go to work right, will you be able to make a living? In this present life, you kill somebody, what happens to you? You go to jail. If you steal, you go to jail. If you know. So in this physical life, what they call material life, the same law of karma is carrying on. And also in the spiritual life, the old sarka of karma is carrying on there too. Every action has a reaction. Enough.
Thank you. Anybody?
Thank you.